Alright, hello, stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody doing? I hope everybody is having a good day today. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Monday. How's everybody surviving the Monday? Hello, MG. Hello, Sim0. Hello, Welp. Hello, Lilithic. Hello, Kisugai. Hello, Blank. Hello, Johnny Virgil. Hello, Janu. Hello, Daho. Hello, Newbie. Hello, Weston Fox. Hello, Babylon. Hello, Vesta. My goodness. Hello, Starbaker. What's this? Why are people mentioning spiders? What's happening here? What is happening here? Ooh. Wait. MG, hang on a sec. I want to say something real quick. Since you just did that. Huh. Okay, wait. Yeah, there is something I need to test real quick. Actually. What? Need some bug spray? What? What? Wait, I'm so confused. What's going on with the spider? Why are there spiders? Oh my gosh. No, I set these up! I set those up! What is wrong with this thing? It's so broken. It's so broken. I set those up. I figured, like, maybe it's because I tried to do it in the middle of stream and it wasn't ready to do that. But then it's like... And then I double checked it. No, guys, like, I have the commands set up. The commands are set up. The bot has been invited to the stream. Everything should be fine. I thought maybe it just didn't work because last time we did it, like, mid-stream and it was like, oh, it needs to catch up. But then it's... What do you mean you couldn't Oh my gosh, Stream Elements is so broken on this channel. I don't know why. Stream Elements is like, oh, we can't see that you're live. What do you mean you can't see that I'm live? Couldn't find your live video? What? Yeah, it is. What? You're so stupid. Bot is asleep. Yes, I don't know why. Oh. Hang on a sec. Wait. Message deleted by MJ. View deleted message. Okay, that is good to know. So I've just confirmed that, that I can't read a message if I'm viewing it on the YouTube side. Like, naturally on the YouTube side. That's good to know. That's good to know. I'm so why? This is beyond scuffed. This evolved into what? Dinged and scuffed. Wait, what are people trying to talk about right now? I'm very confused. Finally, Twitch is second-class citizen? What? We don't even have Twitch on here right now. We need to test it on Twitch. I can't test it on Twitch right now, but from what I understand on Twitch, it'll just show you the message, but it's like crossed out. But you still see the message, and I think there's an option where you can say, like, view as viewer instead of streamer or something. How are you recovering from chapter 8? I'm gonna try to do the extra stages off stream and then see if we can get any extra of the reading on stream. I'm gonna see if I'm able to do any of that today. No promises, of course, since it is challenge-related stuff. But anyway. No Twitch on the side channel. Yeah, no. Twitch has delayed their text for a day. You know, I mean, it's like, if more of you guys were on Twitch, but it's kind of like a 10-to-1 ratio, you know? Like, not many people use the Twitch side. Gamba? Why Gamba? I did Gamba last stream. It didn't go great. But I sparked Mizuki anyway. It's just me. Stockler, what is, like, is anyone... I rarely see anyone chatting on the Twitch side. No Gamba till 14th. Yeah, pretty much. And then I'm gonna kill myself making a short every day. That was honestly really hard to do last time, where I was like, I couldn't do it all ahead of time. I had to literally do it single day by single day, and I almost burnt out making shorts entirely from that, so hopefully we're okay, but I'm a little nervous about that. Clip of said Gambas on the Discord and the Clips channel. It wasn't a fitting Gamba. Eve sometimes shows up, that's true, yeah, that's true. And then we sometimes get raids, we sometimes get Twitch raids, but I feel like it's so weird, right? Like, we get Twitch raids because YouTube raids aren't really a thing, even though it's technically a feature that exists. But then, like, people from the Twitch raids don't really ever stay. So, yeah. I haven't used Twitch in so long. My newbie over there still has a blue visor on his face. Oh my gosh. I don't think so. Because I think I added, newbie, I think I added you. I don't think you have a blue visor. But I could be wrong. Usually stick to Twitch, but YouTube is so much more active. I know. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe KLMX can help you, not that I want to rope him into this if it ain't a possibility. No, the thing is with the daily shorts is that, like, I record it off stream because it's like, the daily ones I make shorts of are when I'm not streaming. And then I edit those that day. And then I don't make shorts of the ones that I do on stream. So I like, try to get my sanity somewhat. Or just make them 6 seconds long? What? Bring back Vine? What? No, I mean, like, people, like... I'd go to Twitch if Bezos wouldn't bombard me with ads the moment I dare stray into his domain. That is honestly very fair. That is honestly extremely fair, yeah. The thing is, like... Oh, man, there's no good solution. You're required to, if you're a Twitch affiliate, you are required to have ads. And then, Asmongold was so tired of it, and he's like, you know what, I'm making enough money, I don't need the Twitch ads, I'm just going to, like, get rid of my affiliate contract so that my viewers don't have to deal with ads. And then Twitch is like, hey, guess what? We're now going to let every person, even before affiliate, get monetized. Aren't we so generous? And it's like, this is so you can force ads on literally every single streamer. Wake up morning, eat breakfast, record poll, make short first thing, even on stream days. Schedule short to run either that day, at noon, or next day, rinse and repeat. Whew. That's a lot. I looked into it, and it's just an embed issue on the plugin? What? Oh, the emote. Asmon has 3 YouTube channels with hundreds of millions of views monthly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, he was basically saying he doesn't need the revenue, but he wanted to still stream on Twitch. So, yeah, he's not missing out on Twitch money. That's exactly what he was saying. But the issue is that he said, I'm going to cancel my affiliate because I don't need the money in this format. And then Twitch made it in a way that made themselves look generous, where they basically said, we're going to allow every little tiny streamer to monetize, but what they actually did was just put ads on every single live stream, whether or not you were affiliate, partner, or anything, etc. Like, it was intentional, you know what I mean? Hello, Eve! Welcome in, how are you doing today? Good old corp language. So they were, like, trying to be nice. They were trying to say that they were doing a nice thing, but what they were really doing was punishing people like Asmongold, who intentionally got rid of their affiliate contract so they could stream without ads. In all fairness, that was when your channel was getting the highest amount of views. You were doing 2,500 to 3,000 per day average by the end of that event. Wait, no, I don't think so. What? No, because, like, the shorts themselves aren't that crazy, I don't think. I mean, like, they have a higher number after being around for a few months, but I don't think each, individual short was getting numbers say so. I don't know how to read numbers very well. I'm not very good at the data analysis, So I should probably trust KLMX on this one. Alright, Eve, have a good lurk. I'm sorry, I normally have a lurk command, but you know what? StreamerBot's, Stream Elements has decided that it can't see this channel. It apparently just can't see the channel, so... I start lurking. Phone call. No worries, Mustard Fox. I appreciate the lurk. Shorts are the most randomly powerful algorithm / view helper. They are, but they don't make any sense. Like, they're not... They don't actually make any logical sense as to what is going to get views. Like, one of my best shorts is the one about the furniture. where lava is just yelling at me. Like, that's one of my best shorts. It has no right to be as as viewed as it is. It's weird. Isn't Nightbot also on YouTube? I don't use Nightbot. Blindfolded bot. I'm using Stream Elements, and it always works fine on my main channel, but on this channel, it's decided that it wants to wear a blindfold. You had 45,000 views in July, 50% higher than your next highest month, June and September. That is insane. I can't figure it out. I don't know how numbers work. I'm not good with the analytics. Was that really just from those daily poll shorts? That's so confusing. Non sequitur content is best? Wait, what? What does that mean? We can never predict the algorithm toaster oven. One day it's Hot Pockets, the other day it's corn dogs. What happened to August? In August, I burnt out making the daily shorts, and I wasn't releasing many shorts, and then apparently the views went really, really low, but it lined up at the exact same time as people complaining about the ad block revenue, the ad block changes. Like, you remember how we were talking about how people who had, like, this ad block update weren't getting counted as YouTube views? So it was, like, literally very, very, very close in timeline, and I thought it was that, and then KLMX is like, no, it's because you stopped posting shorts. And that was, like, very embarrassing, honestly. Very embarrassing, honestly. But yeah. The side channels where the scuff is the strongest. Yeah, very true. I remember when I got an error when trying to join stream through direct link, I had to go through the channel. That's the other thing, I can never get the thumbnails to show up on this channel. Every time I try to, like, you do the going live link, right? Every time I do the going live link, it never shows the thumbnail. Like, the main channel on the going live link on Discord will show the thumbnail like 50% of the time, and the side channel never shows the thumbnail, ever. Back to the shorts mines, not the short mines, that's where you find Kaku. My gosh, Vessa. Elmex bringing numbers to our art stream. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's get back to the actual artwork. So, I don't see THLPH in chat, but we're gonna be doing, some BAKADOODLE work today, based on a BAKADOODLE commission that they asked for. I saw them in Discord earlier. I don't know if they're in chat today. But regardless, we're gonna be working on their piece. We're gonna go to our main piece here. I don't think I've done a commission work on stream before. For like the Arknights people. So I used to try to do like full stream commissions, but I'm not very good at like honing in on details. So now I think it's something where I'll probably just limit it to the BAKADOODLE stuff, or at least rough sketches, right? So this is our rough for our current commission. Are you playing Arknights on global server? Yeah, as opposed to Chinese server? Yes, I'm global. I'm also very, very new. I'm trying to go through without any spoilers. Also, hello, Dal. Welcome in, welcome in. Watching on phone because life hates you? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better. Alright, let's see here. So I got, like, the main sketch, because this is a really hard pose to... this is a really, really hard pose to do. So I'm gonna see how well I can mimic this. Or get this idea. Alright, I think I need the lid here, too, otherwise people are... It's not cup noodles. I need to make sure I don't have the lid. Hang on. Okay. That's fine. I made an accidental stroke that I can't see because I have it in gray by accident. Okay. I'll have the lid here. Actually, yeah, maybe like... Yeah, that's fine. You can just sort of be like falling, floating type of... Yeah, that works. The faceplant is fantastic. This was literally the prompt I was given. I'm like, okay, oh, why not? Let's go for it. The tragedy BAKADOODLE. Hello, Raoul. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope that THLPH has a chance to swing by at some point, because I do want to make sure that this is, like, to their idea, you know? Alright, and then reduce the opacity there, and I'll probably try to clean this up. Let's see here. Oh, I don't have a coffee cup reference. No, that's okay. I can probably figure it out. I'm surprised they wanted silent stripping. I think it's like a trope, right? I think it's like a trope, because when I was looking up reference images, I saw so many videos of, like, compilations of anime girls tripping. It's got that same, like, cute, clumsy maid vibe, you know? Same sort of deal. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. I need to pull up a coffee cup really quickly. Because it should be fairly basic, but it does have, like, a weird, top that I don't know how to draw. Alright, there we go. And I'm kind of, like, wondering how I want to do this. Like, I could make it kind of painterly, I could go with straight line art, I could try a mix of stuff. I don't really know. I'm always trying to figure out, like, what makes the best style for each commission type, and then I always see people doing, like, a style I've never seen before, and I'm like, oh, I wish that my work looked like that, and then, like, ad nauseum repeat for so many different things. Wait, what? THLPH is invisible since he changed his PFP to Ethan. There you go. Alright. Then we'll do, like, Yeah, I think I kind of want to do it painterly for the actual, like, coffee in the drink. I don't know. It's probably gonna be, like, halfway spilt. It's like, it looks good in the sketch, and then when I actually have to refine it, I get lost as to what it is and what it's doing. Surprised that we're on a Monday stream and there hasn't been any chaos yet, because I said that some days I would attempt to try to get work done, right? I did mention that. I did say that Mondays can actually be a work day, despite what you hooligans want. Screamlabs has decided to take a sick day like me. Oh, I'm sorry. Vessa. The chaos is in the art itself today. There you go. That works, yeah. I mean, I'm still, like, doing my best to chit-chat while working here. Let's see. And then we'll get, like, the bottom of the lid here. I'm trying to actually do somewhat decent work, believe it or not. What would a Vessa callout even do? It would trigger some fish gif on the screen. It works, it spawns Vessa. There you go. Is that big enough? I feel like that's not... Hang on. That a little... Okay, there we go. But I was already here. A rainbow trout gif. Gosh. Can you threaten StreamerBot with a letter of termination? Then again, it would maybe blackmail you with StarCraft. That'd be scary. Alright, let's see. Am I gonna have to- oh, am I gonna have to draw a linoleum floor or something to show- no. I have to- okay, I have to remember that this is a BAKADOODLE. It's not necessarily like a full illustration type of thing. I do have to still remember that, because otherwise I'll drive myself a little too crazy. Alright. Make a layer above here. So Silence's outfit is kind of confusing to me. I'm gonna try my best, but it is kind of confusing to me. Especially the overcoat part. It orders a burger to Vessa's house and charges whoever sends the command. Gosh. And the thing is, I can't ask for clarification. Ugh. You don't have to be in a stream when I do BAKADOODLE stuff. And I didn't tell THLPH that I was doing this today, but it does help in case I have questions. Even though that kind of defeats the purpose of, like, a Skeb style, you know? Need to start causing chaos? You do not need to start causing chaos necessarily. We're doing pretty good with actually getting stuff done, believe it or not. But I can't figure out how this jacket works. I'm assuming that he would want the whole jacket. I just don't know how it works. Alright, and then I have to do the, yeah, I guess it would just be like this, right? Something like that. The back view is not super helpful. Oh wait, it has a split for her. Okay. It has a slit for the arm. That makes it even more confusing. This is a really complex outfit. This would be very hard to cosplay, I feel. Alright. Let me see if I can understand this. It's probably gonna be something like that. I can't see the back. I mean, I have the concept art page pulled up, but it's still not entirely clear to me what exactly I'm looking at, you know? Especially your base art with her wings, a really cool look. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a really cool design. It's just very hard for me to follow. Let me focus on her face then, because I at least know that I could somewhat get that right. It's at least a little bit easier to see, at least. Alright, I have to do like a... kind of see what's happening. And I'll try to make it, like... I'm trying to make it voluminous, because one thing that happens when you draw a lot of anime characters is that a lot of people tend to forget, like, giving enough room for the hair in relation to the skull. And it doesn't look good if you forget that. Why are we talking about Ethan? Why are we talking about Ethan? Where does Ethan come into this? Where does Ethan come into play here? Hmm? He made her trip? Oh no. That's terrible. Alright. Something like this. And how does the hair go? It's like, okay. This is like a very basic hairstyle with this like 2 front bangs, and I should know it because this is the same one that Vesa has, but it does always confuse me a little bit. I haven't really figured out hairstyles yet. Like, I understand the theory of drawing in hair, I just haven't really, like, internalized it as well. Is that in front or behind? I actually can't tell here. Or is it... Oh, it's actually next to each other, isn't it? Okay. I wish I knew how to make this more painterly. Just a tiny bit painterly. Because I see people who do, like, painterly comic work. Trying to see what I can do in relation to that kind of thing. And then we've got, like, she kind of has, like, her hair is a little bit patterned to mimic the feathers, which is interesting. What? Why'd you suddenly become Scottish? What are you talking about? The painterly was very Scottish? I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean it sounds Scottish? Scottish Star will be in our memories forever. Oh gosh. I'm gonna be in trouble if there's like a whole bagpipe side story someday. Alright, what am I doing with there's so many... It's bothering me a little. What? Freedom? What? Your bagpipe Scottish reading was really good. As long as I don't, like, offend Scottish people. You know? Let me make that into a separate layer just in case. I kind of feel bad drawing this. I kind of feel bad drawing it, but on the other hand, I think I did a good job with the composition. I disagree, you need to offend more people? I do not need to offend more people. I think offending less people would be a better way to go, no? I'm pretty sure that offending less people is generally better in most cases in life. This is the only way Arch Medical gets silence to take a nap. Oh. She's not even taking a nap, she just fell. It's not like she, like, clonked out. This is just a faceplant. This needs to be a little bit further. And then, let's say it would normally be like about yay big, so... something like that? Probably? Probably gives the right idea. What? What if my hair was brown with blue accents? A Romalita Kari. Raul, maybe you're the one that needs the nap. Goodness. Romo's Lupo stars Volpo, therefore quite Delulu. Yeah, I don't think that really works. I do not really think that works. Also, I would definitely not be a water-based anything. Don't agree with the chat? Why not? Don't agree with the chat, he says. Don't agree with the chat, okay. Why would you say that? I need so many, like, different layers to do this. Just so I don't mess up and overwrite anything. And I don't like how that is just slightly bothering me. Ah! No, I don't want to move the whole face. I just want to move that tiny little... fine, I'll just redraw it. And then I can probably, like, have extra pieces here. Okay. I think for the most part, we got the general idea here now, so that's good. I'm trying to not, like, obsess over details for BAKADOODLE style. But I also do want to make sure I have accuracy. There's clearly a rock type, she hates water. What do you mean you couldn't be water-based? Bodies are like 90% water? Yeah, but, you know, not the same case here. Stars at least part fire. I mean, you know, every fox kind of has a little bit of firework with them, right? I can work with water because, you know, sun and moon and water and divinity and all that. It's just not my forte. It's definitely not my forte. I can respect it. You know, you always have to respect the water. You always have to respect the oceans. It's always going to be more powerful than you. But it's not something that I can easily work with. Always can respect it, though. Always can respect it. More reasons to use water. I would not be rock type, no. Oh, okay, she does have a tiny bit of, an Hoge. And I want to add so many layers for this face. So many layers for her face. Okay. I have to add her little, feathers here. The ocean is the part of the earth man has never conquered. The ocean scares me in many different places. Psychic, magic, and all, plus hates jump scares, weak to dark type. Yeah, this is why Kaku always has the advantage over me, you know? Because Kaku is definitely dark type. Are these floating? Am I going crazy? Hang on a sec. No, I think it's just patterning, but... No, these straight up look like they're floating. What the heck? They are floating! What? The feather piece on her head, like the little pieces that are broken off here, they're floating. That's so strange. Okay, I'll try to show that a little bit. That's weird. Dang, okay. So I have to make them like kinda like this. He truly is a psychic owl Pokemon. Noctowl? That is wild. Of course they're in the air, they broke off. I think they're attached with a very thin connection, but honestly, that would not be the weirdest thing about Silence. I don't know anything about Silence. I'm curious to learn at some point, whenever that comes around. There's so much, like, Arknight's art that I want to make, and, like, commission work and stuff like that, but I can't pursue most of it until I'm caught up further. So, hopefully later. Because if I did commissions, people would be like, oh yeah, you remember this scene? I want myself in that. And I'm like, what? So, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit. But I really want to do stuff like that. I think that would be so cool. You'll learn eventually, she's very important. Noted. Noted. I believe you. How do I do the other feathers? It's kind of not clear in her art. Okay then. I'm probably just gonna paint a lot of it over. Just so it looks a little cleaner, or like, gives the illusion of looking cleaner. I'm gonna see if I can do that effect, because it is an effect that I do like, if I can pull it off. And I know we're not even at the rest of the body, but the face is always the most important element, so. I don't think there's an actual psychic-type owl Pokemon. It's weird, right? Because I thought Hoodoo learns a lot of psychic moves. Gets the illusion of looking cleaner. This quote has so many uses. Well, don't abuse it. Okay. Trying to get my refs all in a visible area here. Okay, this is where it's gonna get a little tricky for me. Because I have to figure out an outfit that I've already struggled with, and now I have to flip it upside down. Okay. What would we be able to see? What would we not be able to see? I guess there'd be a little bit of the collar here. Where does it split? This is so confusing. Wait, is the whole thing a second layer? Yes. Yes, the whole thing is a second layer. Okay. This is one of those things where, like, you need to see how a cosplayer breaks it apart. Okay, so the entire thing's a second layer. So I don't have to worry about the sweater underneath. The whole thing goes over. Okay. So in that case, let's do, like, this piece. And then this piece in the back. I think that's a loose scarf? And then there's a feather and a zipper behind it for whatever reason. This is really confusing. Alright. If you're... I'm trying to think in 3D. I'm trying to think in 3D, it's not easy. I'm gonna have to sort of fake it a little bit because it's really, really hard for me to discern what's happening. I'll have this piece here. And I'll erase that so it's easier to connect things. And then this goes over. Okay, so far so good. And then... So, like, she can slip her hand through this, but... Sorry, I'm having a really hard time breaking this down. Also, with the, whatchamacallit, perspective change, too, right? Let me try something like this, maybe? And then... I thought it was gonna be back, and that would have made it easier, but... I don't think it actually works that way. It appears to be part of a coat? Yeah, the thing is, the coat goes over her whole body, and then she can slip her hands through it. But that makes the layout really tricky now. Because... I'm not sure how to depict this part anymore. I'm trying to... Is it closed at the bottom? It kind of feels like it's closed. It kind of feels like a yukata, or like a kimono, right? where you can slip your hands through the sleeve. But the bottom, I think, is stitched together. And I'm trying to break it down in my head. It's not easy. So let me get a little bit more room here. Yeah, once I can I'll be fine once I can figure out. Maybe I'll try it here first. Maybe I'll try it on this side first. Because this part is open. If I can do this part. Okay, wait. Maybe. I'm trying to flip it around in my head. It looks like the right zipper. Hang on. Maybe I should, give me a sec. I'm having a hard time breaking it down. Because we've got, like... We've got this part where her arm can go through. And I'm having a hard time, like, figuring out how to show her arm going through that. And I think this part at the bottom is not open. I think it's stitched together. So it would have to be, like, Wait, maybe... Ugh! It's for shortening, so it's really tricky. Maybe, wait, maybe if I do something like this? Wait, does this make sense? Or does that look weird? And then there's like the zipper area here? Does that work? And then there's like a little feather here. She has such a dumb outfit, no wonder she tripped. It's so sad because like I can't even catch her fall. Like this outfit is a hazard to tripping. Does this make sense? Wait a minute. Like this? And then the little extras here. Does that work? You guys see where I'm struggling, right? It's not a very, like, clear design, for sure. Maybe that would be a little bit larger. Try looking at the E2 art. Isn't it a slightly different outfit? Oh shoot, is this on the same layer? Did I just... Ah! Okay, whatever. It's fine, it's only a single line. I feel like that's as close as I'm gonna be able to get it. Is something like this. Now I'm even more confused. Now I'm even more confused looking at it. Okay, hang on. It changes color, so that's interesting. It is more like a cape, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. No, that doesn't make sense, because in this one, it's not a cape. Because if it was a cape, then you wouldn't see it back here. No, that's not right. It doesn't, it's not the same. Look at this, look at this. You see the sleeve here, and it's doing, like, the yukata thing, and then it's, like, closed here, and then this is, like, a piece, right? And then, if it was a cape, like the E2 art, which I'll pull up here, then it would... Hang on. Then it goes around. Do you see the issue? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this part is more like a yukata sleeve, and then this part is a cape that's going all the way around the body. So I don't know which it is. Because that very, very greatly changes the situation. And then in this little sketch here, it's very clearly... Okay, hang on. Look at this. It's like... That is clearly a sleeve. And then... It's clearly showing it, like, yukata style. So, like, what am I supposed to do? Have you considered both at the same time? I don't know. I think there's a zipper that makes the yukata into a cape. But then why... So I'd be willing to hear you out on that, but then why does it just, like, not go all the way around? Don't look at Frosted Breath outfit. I'm only looking at the main outfits. I'm only looking at, I'm not looking at any other outfits. I'm specifically looking at, the main ones. So I can't tell because, like, this one, you can very clearly see that this is going, like, all the way around. And then in this one, it's open. And it's not going all the way around. So I don't know what to do. That's why I was saying I think it's two different outfits. I'm pretty sure it's two different outfits. Not sure if it'll help. I quickly found some Silence cosplay photos and DM'd them. Thank you. Let me see. Okay, wait, maybe this helps. Maybe this helps. Okay, it's definitely... Okay, that's more like a cape. They're kind of different depending. And this one is open. They're all slightly different. No, it's still really helpful. Thank you for doing that. On E2, the zippers aren't connected. Yeah, but that would just make a little slit. That wouldn't affect too much, I don't think. I think that would just make like a little... It would just make a little slit here. And then if it... I think I can... This is hurting my head. Yeah. So on that, I can kind of see it being broken up, here, and then here. So I see that part. Wait, then this back almost, because of this tiny little piece right here, this almost looks like it's separate. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If this is going around her arm like this, then it's like... Okay. That is the open part of the sleeve, okay. And then this is separated, and then this is separated. And then this is separated, so maybe it is still sleeves. It's a cape with zippers for armholes. Where'd Johnny put the art book concept art? Yeah, I had well, I had one page of it anyway. Yeah, it's still not clear, honestly. I do have this page, thank you though. Like... It looks like a sleeve. Okay. This at least helps to see it in color. Because I had the sketch and it wasn't in color. You guys can at least see why I'm confused, right? The artist is like, let's cover it up so much that the details won't matter. I think there's parts in the back that are also... flying outward. So, okay, there's... This part is lower, which means that... I'm not gonna be able to do this fully accurately, I feel like, and it makes me nervous. What started out as a BAKADOODLE ends up being like a total miserable mess of trying to understand fashion. And there's a feather here. There's a slit here. There's an opening here. She's one of my favorite characters. I have no clue how her outfit works. Yeah, no, this is a painful fashion study. I couldn't figure this out, like, if my life depended on it. I feel like this is just kind of as close as I can get. Really, I can't think of how else to do this. Plus, okay, you know what? That's the other thing. It can't fully be a cape because this would not be able to go around, right? If this is going around an arm, then this has to be, at least in this format, this is taking the function of a sleeve. Because otherwise this couldn't go all the way around. So that's a key element. That's a key element that we can work with. I feel like I'm clue sleuthing this outfit together. It does not go around? Don't tell me this, I swear. Yes, it does. It totally does. It's a patch? No, that's clearly showing both sides. What are you guys talking about? That's clearly going around her arm. Like... You think it's just, like, stitched there? Then you wouldn't be able to then you wouldn't be able to raise your arm. If it was stitched, you wouldn't be able to raise your arm up. There you are! THLBH, I'm having the worst time trying to figure out your... this fashion design. Oh, goodness. I'm having the worst time trying to figure out how this functions. Can you please help us? I need an expert of owls. I'm having such a hard time trying to figure out if this design, if this outfit is more like yukata sleeves or if it's like a cape. Because if I look here and it's open, it feels more like these are sleeves and this is a band going around the sleeve. But I'm now being told that it's a cape and it's just stitched around. But if that was the case, I don't think you'd be able to lift your arm very efficiently. On the plushie, it's like sewn into the sleeve on one side. It's a sleeve. Is it sewn all the way around? Or is it just like half and half? I would, yeah, it would have to be a sleeve, right? It's the only way I can think it would function. So then my thought process is that this part then has like something going upward. I just can't figure it out. It's a belt that can be unhooked. What? Let me see here. No, not that kind of owl blank. And then I think that this is a scarf that's also kind of attached, that's going all the way around. And kind of, like, this piece here. And then there's another piece here that's like... I basically need to know if I'm doing it wrong at this point. And then there's a zipper here that has a feather. I think. I'm looking at the back artwork as well. There's like a little zipper here. And there's a feather attached to that. And then there's another piece here. And then there's a little floating charm for some reason. And I can't tell how... I think this sweater is a little bit tighter, but I can't really tell. It's a BAKADOODLE. You know what? It was supposed to be a BAKADOODLE, but at this point, like, it's turning into so much more because I can't understand it. And then there's, like, this band, and it's basically like a sweater. I think this is right? Kind of, maybe? Star obsession at work. Shush. Oh, but hello, Cranky. How are you doing today? I'm not trying to be obsessed. I'm just trying to be accurate. The problem is the accuracy is, not being very clear. So, yeah. I feel like this is more or less what we're trying to go for, right? Why is there also a zipper on this part? Why is there a zipper there? I'm not obsessed, I'm just very particular. I'm not trying to be obsessed, quote from the Obsessed Woman. I'm trying to be accurate, right? I'm trying to be accurate. Star's gift is turning molehills into mountains sometimes. Hush. Hush you. I'm just trying to be accurate for client work, okay? Is that so wrong? I don't think so. For some reason, this is a little bit different in thickness. Can't really figure out why. But okay. And there's probably... I'm gonna have to do, like, something to indicate, like, fold here. I never noticed she has the green strap thing behind. What about her wing slash hand? I'm just doing the basic hands because I can't figure out how to combine everything together when I can barely even get the main outfit done. New star THLBH is also non-fussed about it. I don't know that. I mean, I'm glad to hear that, but I also want to try doing my best, you know? I'm gonna try to be accurate. Is that so bad? Alright, maybe I'll make it a little bit larger, just in case. Look, even though I invented the term BAKADOODLE, I clearly don't know how to do a BAKADOODLE. That's a little bit better, probably. No, that makes sense because of the gravity if it's falling. Okay. Reject accuracy, evolve into columns of colors and vaguely resemble the characters of visual illustration. No! No! I want to do this well. As well as I can, you know? As well as I can. DHLPH, you tell me if there's anything that I've done here that's inaccurate so far, okay? And if you want a look at the whole thing, this is where we're at so far. Maybe a boot here. Honestly, I never looked at her clothes, I just looked at her face. Okay, is her face accurate then? Oh my gosh, this is funny. This is so funny. Yes. Okay. Oh. That's amusing. Truly a gentleman. There we go. That's probably as accurate as I can go. Be the same with Lappy, but I'm working on a cosplay. If you're working on a cosplay, you're gonna know, like, every single in and out detail, yeah. Alright, now I have to do the same on the other side. Great. Okay. How are we gonna reverse this? It's gonna be, like... probably the same situation, right? Like a slight opening here for the hand. It's probably gonna be more like this. Yeah. We'll do that, I think. That works. And does this also have a feathers at the end, or? Oh wait, this doesn't have a, wait. Am I looking at the back versus the front of the art? I am. No. Okay. The official art is slightly different from the concept art. Because we can't have nice things. Okay. So there's a zipper here, a zipper here. this part is going to have the patterning going across it. No, wait. Oh, shoot. If I flip that around. Yeah, this part's gonna have the patterning. Okay. Okay, that makes sense, I think. Trying. There we go. Okay. And I also have to make sure that I don't forget that she's also wearing a sweater under here. With an armband. Okay. Maybe, like... I'm just trying to figure out, like, how her hands should be. Maybe, like, this? Ah! Always hard to do this pose. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense. And then... something like this. Make it a little daintier. Make these a little bit longer so that they look longer than the pinky. Alright. Something like that. I'm trying to... okay. Flipping it around, seeing how it looks in comparison to the other side. Shows me I need to make a few more changes for, whatchamacallit? Comparison. Ratio, proportion. It's always hard to do thumbs, make them look natural. Maybe I'll make it, like, more... hitting the ground, maybe? Yeah, it's not an easy position, for sure. It's too easy to make hands look awkward. You have to be careful when you're trying to do hands. Actually, wait if I make this a little bit closer, it'll probably look better. Maybe. No, maybe not. Oh, maybe it was better what I had before. No, it's still like, it's just, hands are tricky. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's actually, I have it right next to me, I'm gonna see if there's anything that'll help right now Because trying to do this, like... It's kind of this, like, jerked motion, which is not a natural way that most people would be drawing poses. No, okay. It is the right way. For a second I was like, wait, do I have the thumb in the right place? Most visuals, you don't see a character's palm upward, so it does make it a little bit harder. These are all holding things. Unfortunately, we're no longer holding things. Okay. Let me try a different approach. It's like, I'm close to being there, it's just that the thumb is making it not happy. I try to do, like, a foreshortening on the thumb, maybe? Oh, wait, maybe that works. Wait, maybe that works. Maybe I needed to do a foreshortening. Maybe if I do foreshortening on the thumb, it'll work. It looks a little bit less awkward. Okay, you know what? I might take that. Yeah, I don't think that doesn't look too bad to me, actually. I'll take that. I think that works, yeah. We don't normally see, like, hands out-faced like this. So it's not always easiest to find a good reference for it. But I think we've got, like, a pretty good sense of it. Alright, I have to get back to the actual detail of the clothing here. That is still gonna throw me off. Now I have to figure out how her boots look upside down, too. Alright. I'm gonna grab the reference again, and I'm gonna spin it. I'm literally just gonna spin it around and flip it. Wait, which way? Okay. That's the back of the shoe. See, the reason that this is so tricky is because I'm literally spinning everything upside down and around and trying to make sense of it all. You know what I mean? It's like... I'm very blind to how I'm trying to do it. Hey, at least you know that when you work with me, I do everything I can to try to maintain as much accuracy as possible. Please tell me I have this on the right foot. That's your... Nope, I have it on the wrong foot. Okay, cool. Then this part is just leggings then. Okay. One of the sleeves would flare more in the pose due to the many folds, or if they're superficial. I'm trying to make them flare as much as I can for this pose, but I can't really, okay, wait, ugh, I'm still looking at everything upside down. Wait, actually, I need that. No, I don't. Not this, wait, yes, no? Okay, kind of. Let me get the symbol here real quick. And then flip this over. This has stripes that are gonna go this way. Okay. And then, yeah, there's still a zipper there. Flip that around. Have the... Wait. This needs to be flip-flipped? Yes. And then there's gonna be the legging part here. This whole thing needs to be flip-flipped. Flip-flipped around. Flipped twice, thrice, trying to make sense of it all. And this is going to be... Wait, did I mess this up again? Oh my gosh, I can't discern this anymore. Oh my gosh, okay. So, flip this over, flip that over. Yeah, I did this wrong. Okay. Everyone should send BAKADOODLE requests of silly situations they like on VChat. Thanks, Vesta. Thanks for the VChat shout out. Alright. And the rest are supplies and things, okay. Probably needs to be a little bit. There we go. Turn this around so it's a little bit more formed. Okay. I'm sorry I'm like not being great with chat right now. I'm just trying to... Okay, I think I got it now. I think I got it now. I'm like twisting my head around, trying to make sense of what I'm looking at. Having everything flipped around so much, you know? Alright, I think we've got it now. Pretty sure we've got it. Nessa, I was talking about it earlier. I fixed it, and then... Okay, the problem is, Stream Elements is not seeing the stream even though everything is correctly set up. That is the issue. I did everything right, but Stream Elements doesn't know that this is a live streaming channel. So now I have to go back to their Discord and say, hey, what's up? Your system's broken again. Even though I was just bothering them earlier and being like, hey, what's up? Why don't you delete messages that my mods hide? So yeah, it's been frustrating to say the least. It's been a little bit frustrating. A little bit frustrating. But anyway. Alright. DHLBH, how's this? This is basically the completed outfit, aside from, like, cleaning it up. How does it look? Oh, and I can also, have her card outward. Anything I can do that sort of, like, fills the page feeling thing. Alright. If that looks good, then I'll be able to clean this up. Twisting your head around like an owl. Owl-like Hudkari wet. I actually used to associate pretty heavily with owls a while back, especially snowy. I used to heavily associate with snowy owls. In a whole owl thing at one point. Snowies have a lot of spiritual significance, so... I mean, owls in general do, but... Bakadoodle of W? Oh, jeez. Alright. Let's clean this up a tad, so that I can make sense of it better. I'm just going to clean up mainly the part where, this thing that I can't really understand yet. I think that needs to be a little bit cleaned up. And I'll work on it by using this upside down image. Actually, how am I gonna do this? We've got 6 on each side? Okay. Oh shoot, that's the wrong layer. What drew you to silence was that she's an owl at first glance 5 years ago. Behold the owlificationator. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you yap? 37. Why 37 specifically? Why not 37? Why 37? Well, I'm not gonna give you 42. Intertech and I have the exact same ideas in our head. You're not gonna get 42, so I'm giving you 37. Last night I mentioned being afraid of trains, you yapped for half an hour. Yeah, not only that, you intentionally yapped away my Vesa moth picture, and then you admitted that it was intentional. And then you tried to make it right by reposting my artwork. I'm teasing about that last part, but still. Just because I didn't fix my eye color? Oh my gosh. Before I forget, star cute Ethan. That was just pure stupidity posting. That was like throwing Metabang on, not even opening Clip Studio Paint to just make a stupid edit, not even change it. The scary thing is I didn't change the original that much. I honestly did not change it that much, and I think that's the scary part. Alright, I have to figure out how this pattern does work, actually. Wait, let me draw this pattern on a separate layer so that I can, like, see what it looks like when you flip it. Because it's doing weird things. Wait, is that right? It's doing weird things to my brain. It's like, I can't break this down very easily. And it ends up falling. Wait, I didn't do this right, did I? Okay, let me just add these pieces in now, and then how do I... Okay. Needs to go a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Okay. Okay, like this, kinda. Yes. And then each piece here is stitching. So then if we flip it, I did it the exact opposite way. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe not. It's just... Okay, so then... Okay. Okay, now we got it. Now we got it. That's why server rules to ban roll once a month. The roadtail is paid with pure intentions, or train tracks in this case. Are those feathers of yours crystals or normal prismatic feathers? They are crystalline, yes. I don't know if you can tell. I don't know if you can notice. But my feathers and my ears are crystalline. Indeed, indeed. Someone asked what bird I was? Clearly you've not read the lore. How heavy are my wings? It doesn't add any extra weight. It doesn't add any- it's not like... Yes, they are, like, crystalline, but it's not like they're made out of rock. It's more like a... It's like a light dusting, I guess you could say. I don't know how else you would describe it. Trying to beat the rock-type allegation. No, where do you get candy from? That doesn't even make sense. Okay. I'm like ever so well trying to fix this shape. I think I got it. It's just very, very complex. And I realized this is gonna have to be the back portion because the sleeve, the circle part in the sleeve would be like underneath it here. If you're wondering why I didn't add that part, that would be the reason. It's because it would be underneath her right now. The heck? It's not- oh my gosh, you guys! What? I just go back and look as I lack context. Star, what is that creation? I love and hate it so much. I'm sorry for the cursed work. Blame Vesta. He was like, Ethan looks like a self-insert of a Teen Titans Go character. And then we realized it's basically just Beast Boy. And then I had to see how close it is, and the scary thing is, I honestly didn't change many things. I barely even changed the color. Yeah, there's your answer, though. Next time I commission you, I'll just make Silence not wear her coat and just the short and sweater. No! It's all good. It's all good. I'm not gonna, like, want you to change a character's design just so it's, like, easier for me to do on stream, you know? Like, I'll be fussy about- yeah, I'll be fussy about it on stream, but I genuinely don't mind, and I would rather go for accuracy than for compromise. Anytime something fun or funny happens, you can blame me. There you go. Can I just, Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of an artist cheat. Saving my sanity slightly. Slight artist cheat to save my sanity. Because this is just patterning, you know? This is just, like, crazy patterning. It's fine. It's BAKADOODLE rough anyway. You know, there's so many artists that I didn't realize use, like, brushes for nearly everything. Like, jewelry and rocks and flowers and different parts of the outfits. And I just, like, didn't realize that so many artists just, like, either duplicate and switch things around or use brushes. And I used to be the type of person who would, like, draw each thing individually, because I'm like, no, because if it's like copied over, you'll be able to tell and it loses the integrity. And then I realized these people were also able to work like infinitely faster than me. You reminded me of the League CAA documents about patterning. Oh no. I'll make this a little bit more visually interesting too. Try to add some curvature there. Forbidden technique, you make it sound like some kind of jutsu. Alright, move this one over a little bit. There. Work smarter, not harder. Yeah, exactly. I want to get to the point where I can actually throw color down on this. Funny enough, the color is not, like, color does not take me that long. Color's like the fun, relaxing part for me. Unless I'm trying to do, like, really, really painterly stuff that I haven't really learned yet, then I'm just like, I know I can render this better. I know I can do a better job of rendering. But that doesn't really apply for BAKADOODLEs anyway. I have some future pieces that I'm excited about where I'm hopefully going to get to experiment a lot on rendering and like really try to make it higher quality. I have some pieces in the waitlist that are going to be like inspired like Renaissance portraiture style, and I'm excited about those. I want to play around with making things look very nice and fancy. This one's more like comic style, you know? Just sort of getting near the idea taking more precedent. I'm pretty sure Everett tripped Silence hoping to send her crashing into Saria. Oh no. Also, is it Ifrit or Ifrit? Because the base of the god, right, is like different pronunciations. I think it's Ifrit, but it's the latter, really? Ifrit? Oh. It's Ifrit, okay. I get confused by that because it's like, you know, actual name. And I always hear it pronounced in different ways. So okay, Ifrit, I'll try to remember that. I was curious about that earlier. I was like, I need to ask at some point. Miss Ifrit had her own old account. But Vessa, you've got like... now, at this point, now you've got, like, a bunch of really cool ops that were not on the old account. Chances are most of the time it's gonna be Japanese pronunciation? Yeah, but I've never heard it in Japanese. I mean, I guess if I paid more attention to, like, Final Fantasy stuff, but I haven't. Think I'll go to sleep? Headache getting to be too much? Alright, I'll feel better. I'm sorry that you have a headache. Rest well. Still have to reclaim the ops you liked from the old account before you can feel complete. No, I gotcha, I gotcha. I'm glad you have most of them, though. That's good. Alright, what else? Where else am I trying to focus? Over here a little bit. Let me remove the hair here that's in the way. And this piece? Okay. Probably do this on a separate layer just in case. We'll do like a... Yeah. Alright, and then we'll manipulate it from there. We'll do like this piece here. Okay. And then sort of shrink it and maneuver it a little. There we go. Kind of makes it easier that way to paint it sideways first, and then you can kind of just like change it up a little. Okay. And then, alright, this piece, that piece, that piece. This first part is good. Just have to sort of clean up this piece in the back. It shouldn't be too hard. Just gonna remember that there's like, that's where the pattern is supposed to go later. Okay, this is a bare leg, so it's gonna be more like that instead of having clothing folds. And then these pieces here. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get every accessory in here. And then, okay, there should be a little bit of a piece holding together here. There we go. And then large buckle here. We're just about done cleaning this part up, I think. Just have to do a little bit of the belts and the sashes. And then I can start throwing in color. Can you tell that I get, like, very eager to just go straight into color? I asked this earlier, but you didn't read it. What quality level do you usually go with for Skeb style commission? I'm kind of confused about the whole thing. It really depends. Normally I don't go this in. Okay. It's very hard for me to answer that because something I get as a commission, as a Skeb, always ends up turning out higher quality than when I do, like... Wait, did you say Skeb or BAKADOODLE? Skeb style. It depends. It depends. If I do something on a commission, I'll leave it a tiny bit rough, but not nearly as rough as when I have, like, an idea and you guys are saying something silly and I just do a sketch real quick, right? So I'm, like, trying to... I don't really have a good way to answer. And Vessa, could you help answer that? Because, like, like, what would you say the Elden Ring thing would count with as words are going all over the place? How would you count the Elden Ring stuff? Because I feel like that's the closest to this. But that's, like, commissioned BAKADOODLE level, and then Skeb level is, like, you don't get work in progress, but it can be, like, quicker, but higher quality. I get confused myself sometimes. It's really hard for me to judge, honestly. It's good enough of an answer for me? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just like, I don't know how to brand some of the services I offer. Because they kind of end up, like, a little bit, hard to describe sometimes. You still have to commission your Stargazer in another meme? Yeah, I definitely would love to do, like, a Stargazer design at some point. When you're up for it. I can't promise that every BAKADOODLE type thing would be to this level. Silence just has a really complex design that I'm trying to make accurate. I don't actually think that THLPH commissioned a BAKADOODLE. I think they commissioned a Skeb style, without the BAKADOODLE part in it. I've just been giving the incorrect misnomer of saying BAKADOODLE, but I don't actually think it was one, if I remember the listing correctly. So a BAKADOODLE would be a lot faster, and I probably would not be as focused on pure accuracy. Because BAKADOODLE is more like the idea behind the work, and Skeb is more like trying to make the character look accurate. I can be so prideful about your work to sell better quality than advertised, and still so shy about saying you do good work. That's a good question I don't know how to answer. I feel like I can be prideful in saying that I do my best to fit a standard of... How do I put this? Because I've had experience with other artists basically talking about how they don't care. I've experienced the opposite. I've experienced a lot of artists saying they don't care about the character, they don't care about the details, and it kind of made me want to go 180 degrees differently and be like, then I'm gonna be the type of artist who does care about the details and does want to be accurate and does want to make sure that everything looks right. So that's kind of where the pride part comes from. In terms of the quality of the actual work, that can be debatable. How did I end up doing this on the same layer? At least that's just how it works in my head anyway. And yeah, I know that speaking like this isn't a helpful thing. I don't mean to. Alright. I think we finally got... Alright, tiny bit here. I think for the most part we finally got Silence to look accurate. You know, the sad thing is that, like, those same VTubers who are like, oh, I don't care about this, this detail or this character or whatever, I've seen them be, like, very public about, like, oh, wow, I love this design, it's so original, I love these details, and I'm like, haha, but I know that behind the scenes you've been talking about how much you don't care. He would probably still try for accuracy. Looks at Hamtaro Doodle. I don't know what I would label that. If I had to, like, fit the Hamtaro Doodle into a commission typing, I don't know where it would go. I don't know. I mean, like, I listed Vessa's pieces as BAKADOODLEs, and I think those are probably more accurate as BAKADOODLEs than this piece, which was commissioned as a Skeb. BAKADOODLE really meaning that it's, like, much faster, much rougher. I'm not, like, going back in and cleaning the details as much. I think that's a good way to say it. I don't know. Vessa, what do you think? Like, what do you consider the Elden Ring things? Alright. I just need her to look cute. Accurate is no for ammo. Okay. I mean, hopefully this still fits that criteria. Alright. You know, you said being burnt out is not an option when art is your work, but have you ever gotten burnt out? Yeah. Well, I mean, I told you earlier, I got burnt out from doing the shorts. In terms of, like, art burnout? Yeah. And I can tell because I'm just not being very productive. I don't think I've ever gotten, like, a full burnout. I'm trying to remember. Why? What? Why? Why? What is the purpose for this? You guys need to read the room, I swear. Ice picks were on sale. What does that even mean? I don't even want to know what that means. And she missed my comment / answered her question because the emote spam. Yeah, I don't know what was said. Why was there an emote spam? Like, guys, I'm fine with a little bit of tomfoolery, but you really need to read the room. If I'm answering stuff, it's not the time to be- Anyway. I'm fine with a little bit of chaos. But I also think that reading the room is important too. And that's what I'll say on that end. Anyway, Vessa, what were you saying? Alright, about there, probably. I don't really know what color to make it. I just have to have something accurate that I can, look at later. Well, at least we know that that if I view the stream through this chat window, then the messages actually do look deleted on my end. I said much faster and rougher, looks at the crazy detail on Tobia Marinara and Danger Fork. Those were fast and rough, though. That would be like, okay, fast and rough would be like if I just left the coffee looking like this. I'm about to clean up the coffee, and if I let the coffee look like this, then I would count that, right? I don't know, I haven't seen those pieces in a while, to be honest. When I'm mad, I sound like a mafia boss? Where do you get that from? Alright, let's make- oh, why is it? Okay. This why? There we go. Perfectly recreated the Elden Ring basilisk. I drew a weird creature with frog eyes. I don't think I perfectly recreated it. I drew whatever I could see with the references I was given. Did you also draw the real eyes of the basilisk? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I can't remember. It's been a while. Do you intend to fully detail the creases on the sleeves? It might be a bit of a detail overload this early in the sketch process, but I can't shake the feeling they look slightly off. Yeah, there's creases in it. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna paint in the creases. I think you're a professional artist. Your idea of what counts as rough work is a lot different from a commissioner's point of view. I can't tell, because, like, I feel like every commissioner is different too, right? Like, some commissioners are really, really picky, and other commissioners are really happy just to see their idea come to life. And it's very, very different, and there's no, like, it's not always the same from person to person, you know what I mean? So it's very, very hard to tell. And then sometimes you get critique that you're not really expecting, you don't really know how to deal with. And, like, I'm fine with critique, but I don't know. I welcome critique in most cases. What did I just do? Okay. I just think there's a time and a place for it. Alright, that should make sense. If a commissioner is picky, it's usually about the specific of pose and framing, usually less about the level of roughness. I mean, that's true. There are usually people who, I don't know. It's less so when the person is commissioning you and more so when they're choosing a service. And it's something that just takes a while to figure out what works best for you as the artist. Because yeah, a lot of artists do have very loose styles. And it's not always easy to figure out what works best for you. And if you want to be a type of artist who has loose and detailed styles, or if you just focus on the loose stuff. Alright, Raul. I just think it's very different for everybody. It's hard to really say that it's all the same. The only critiques I get to have as a non-artist standby is looks good, looks great, and it's a work in progress. So far, this looks like a great work in progress. Thank you. You guys are allowed to give your opinion. Like, I don't want to scare anyone away because I still think that people who don't do art can still give some really good opinions, things that I normally would not catch. Every artist's pet peeve, though, I will say, every artist's pet peeve is being told... I mean, I can't literally say every artist's pet peeve, but I've heard from many artists that, like, people get very tired of this. Being told that something doesn't look right when you're in the middle of it. That is a huge, huge pet peeve for many artists. So, for instance, being like, oh, that eye looks crooked, and it's like, you're just doing the rough sketch, you know? Like, a lot of artists don't like hearing that kind of stuff. That is true, but I'm fairly certain stressing about specific level of roughness versus detail on a specific piece is more of an artist's brain thing. I mean, I guess. I don't really know how to respond to that one. My only response is, do trust the process, or wait a sec, yeah. Exactly, yeah. That's why we trust the ugly face. No, don't call it that. Yeah, so for those who don't know, there's a process called the ugly phase, Phase, and Vesa likes to make jokes that I'm calling people ugly, and says that it's the ugly face. Alright. I think that's about right. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lock the layer, and I'm going to start erasing it up here, and I'm going to add a little bit of darker and lighter color into it really quickly, just to get a little more variation. Hang on a sec, I need to grab a spilled coffee example. Where did that go? I know I had it somewhere. Oh shoot, where's my reference of spilled coffee? I know I had it. Alright. Oh, don't you just love it when all of the references are AI? Alright, come on, I need something real. Alright, something like that's good. Did you spill coffee to make yourself a reference? Gosh, that would be going a little too realistic, wouldn't it? You're right, 2 of the fingers on the right hand are aligned where they probably shouldn't. What? Sansa's right hand is still weird. It looks like the hand is segmented in a weird way. Right hand. This one? Wait. Because the thumb looks like it shouldn't be able to be in its location? I'm not really sure what you're seeing. Okay, I guess the thumb I can understand. The segmented thing is usually because when you draw an anime female, it looks daintier to have the middle 2 fingers together. I guess I can see what you're saying with the thumb. Alright. Give me a sec. Alright, let me try working from this. Too much difference between the index and middle finger? Yeah, no, that's fair. I see what you're saying. Let me fix that real quick. Of course, this is probably all tied together, isn't it? Does that work? I can't really do much about the thumb at that angle. I can try to make it less perspective based. I don't know if that's making any difference here. Yeah, that doesn't look good. The problem is it's very hard to do foreshortening visually in this simplified style. Because the thumb is, like, against the ground, right? It's very hard to try to do, like, a... facing you type of deal. My thumb's gonna drive me a little bit crazy. I'm just seeing where I had it before. I feel like that's... I'm trying to pose like it. It's just not, Alright, you know what? Just gonna change this entirely. Yeah, that's better. I'm just gonna change the thumb pose so that it's going upward, because I think that's more natural to what your hand would do in that situation. I don't think you can really have your thumb down as easily. I think I'll just go with that. I'm definitely, like, very behind now, so I think I'm just gonna go with that. If that seems fine. Yeah. Alright. Let me try to get the part in that I've been wanting to add. I wanted the coffee spill to also look a little bit more three-dimensional as well, so... And it's generally going to be lighter in the center, and it's going to have a little bit more of a darker edge. And this is probably going to be like a little bit looser here. And then, okay, good, I can do the edges a little bit easier. It's not going to be that dark, but just kind of gives a better sense. And then in order to get the linoleum floor look, that's going to be a little trickier. Something like that. And then do a little bit of a... Trying to think here how to best arrange it. Probably needs like an add glow effect or something. It's not an easy effect, and a lot of time it looks very fake. Let's try here. And try to add like a little bit of a glow maybe. And then I think what will help the most is if, okay. We'll do like a slight liquid edge here. And color's probably a little off. So I'm gonna see what I can do to fix that. It might be too red. Let me see. No. It needs to be a little bit more saturated, a little darker. Yeah, that's a little bit better. And then what it is going to need, I think, which will help sell it, is this piece here. Let me think how I can do this. Okay. It's not going to be perfect, but that's okay. I just want to get the idea down. Okay, we'll stretch that over. We'll combine that. We'll zoom out a little here. Start adding our floor in. Probably need to go even more intense here on the angle. How does that look? Yeah, probably missed a line or two. That's okay. Alright. Do that. I just hit undo by accident after painting something. Alright, try that again. Alright, is that about... There is a redo button, but not if you do another stroke right after. That's the issue. It doesn't work if you do a stroke afterward. Alright, that's fine. Just do like... That works. No, you know what? It's not right. It has to be way bigger. Alright, that's probably a little bit more accurate. Probably even more than that, but honestly, I can't, I can't go much beyond that without basically grabbing guides. But the main reason I wanted to do that is so that we could duplicate this and put this over the coffee. Not linked to it. Go over this, then go to overlay. No, not overlay. Soft light, yeah. And then there's this, art technique, and it's basically, like, the effect of the linoleum floor tile, and it's called Fresnel, and I'm trying to do that here, but it's not, it doesn't always work. And if I do regular... I need to go a little bit further and then try to do this again. And try to... get rid of that. Duplicate this again. Turn this again into pure white. And then try to... Oof, I'm trying to make it look semi-transparent, but it's not going so well. Maybe I'll add some texture to the floor. See if that helps. No, not that kind. That should work. And then I'll get rid of it a little towards the front here. And then change this color to be less coffee colored. Maybe make a glow there. There we go. I'll take that. The Scabdoodle turned into a master study on linoleum flooring and coffee. It wasn't meant to. It wasn't meant to. I'm just trying to make it look like coffee. It's not very easy sometimes. Alright, where's my silly floor tile coloring? Here we go. I'm gonna put this above everything. And then reduce the opacity a little, and you can kind of see it a little bit. There we go. There, it has somewhat of a transparency to it that way. And if you add a little bit of a edge here really quickly, it can make more convincing looking tile. All you have to do is just add like a little streak next to each line, and it will create a very quick two-dimensional effect. Yeah, I don't know how it got to this point. I probably wasn't even going to do a flooring, but I was trying to think of how to make the coffee look right, and if you couldn't tell at this point, I'm not great at simplifying. But, oh well. Alright. Should make this something I can see. Where did this go? Okay. Bring all that up. I'm just using red so I can actually see what I'm doing. Otherwise, it's too hard to make out where the color is hitting. I reckon it wasn't considered BAKADOODLE for the last hour. At minimum. Still wonder how's coffee on the floor when it's spilling from the cup. Because you can have it spill multiple ways? Are you... Because there can be a lot of coffee. It can spill, like, in multiple directions, multiple... You know what? The answer is because you can break the rules to create better story and composition. You can exaggerate things past their, you can exaggerate things past their actuality if it helps deliver a better message or composition. That's my answer. So, is it scientifically logical? Would there actually be that much coffee in that cup? I don't know, but having the coffee spill into the corner, looks visually better. And it makes a nice effect to have the splash. That's my answer. Because composition wins over accuracy in physics. Angle the cup more towards the spill. No, the reason I'm not doing that is because I'm trying to make it look like it's falling out of her hand. Guys, I have my reasons. I have my reasons. Okay. You make fun of me that I put too much detail in a BAKADOODLE or a tiny skeb or whatever you want to call it, and then you point out all these things that are like more than you would pay attention to for a skeb or a BAKADOODLE. Maybe I'm sending mixed messages. I don't know anymore. Maybe this is like... I don't know. Maybe I should just stick to the ideation stuff. Yeah, you know what? If this was accurate, I also probably would have had the linoleum tile going further back, and I probably would have figured out the trajectory that liquid falls, and I don't know. Maybe the issue is you taught us stargazers to see all these artsy things, so we notice them, but not smart enough to see them in the bigger picture. I don't know. I don't know anymore. You guys don't have to apologize, I just don't really know how to handle this stuff on stream. Alright, yeah, let's get rid of that part. That is good. Let's get our base coat on here. You have to learn how to not get one guide. Ugh. The thing is, like, I don't want people to be afraid to give critique. It's just that some of the critique, is, like, not... I don't know how to say it. I want people to think that they can be open about things, that I'm not gonna shut them down, that I'm not gonna be, like, that type of artist who says that they don't want any feedback from people. I don't want to be that type of person. It's just sometimes hard to balance. Actually, I could just grab from here. Why am I trying to make my own colors? There's feedback and there's being a peanut. Yeah, the thing is, like, I can't really tell people what's right or wrong to say, you know? That's not a good thing. So, I kind of end up a little bit stuck. And yeah, I mean, Vessa's right. It starts with one person saying something, and then everyone kind of is like, oh, like, I guess this is what we're supposed to do, and they'll kind of bandwagon on that. But the person who started saying something maybe wasn't seeing what the purpose of something was. And Stockler, that's not you. That's not you, don't worry. I'm not trying to call out any one person in particular, but there are some people who are very open to wanting to give their opinion on a lot of things, even when it's not necessarily a good point in time for it, I think is the best way to say it. It's like, what is it? It's like the Professor Oak thing with a bike, right? There's a time and place to use that, but it's not now. And I think that sometimes people have a harder time potentially knowing when those times are, if that makes sense. And I'm sorry to be, like, so down trying to explain that and being, like, annoyed or whatever. I don't know. I'm not very good at articulating myself sometimes here. Especially when it comes to stuff like this, where I don't really feel like I can say much. But yeah. Yeah. It ain't about right or wrong, but about piling in wrongs without pointing out the rights. Which is what I did, and why I again apologize, Star. Gonna try being better. Don't feel bad about bonking. Dak Cranky, you're fine. Don't worry, don't worry. You are completely fine, honestly. Like I said, I don't want anyone to think that they can't critique an art piece. I don't want that to be what people take from this. And it's not about, like, doing the sandwich thing where you try to, like, say a critique, say a good thing, say a critique. Or, I think it's the other way around. It's not about that. It's more about, like, It's really a timing thing, I think. It's really a timing thing. And I think it's also, like, the way someone says it. If they say, like, oh, is it okay if I make a quick suggestion? Then it kind of, like, gets you in the mindset of, okay, they're probably going to say that I should switch something around. But if someone just blurts out, like, you know, oh, I think that you missed this detail and this detail, and I think you used the wrong color. It just comes off as very stark. So I also think it's sort of the way that you approach it, if that makes sense to people. And again, I don't mean to scare anybody off here, and I apologize if I do. That's not my intent. I'm just sort of trying to explain where I'm coming from. Because I don't want it to be like a negative thing, you know? I do in general sometimes wonder if I'm fit to do commissions on stream, because a lot of people who do commissions on stream, they do like no mic stuff, and it's basically just watch me work and I will not interact. So it's also a matter of trying to experiment with that style, which I don't want to do, like, you know, unless we do that radio idea. I don't necessarily want to do, like, working and I won't interact. So I'm just trying to figure out good balances and stuff. Think of it this way, you've done dozens of art streams, and this is the first one people have been picky over. Clearly you're doing something right. I think it's just bugging you more since it's commissioned for a fellow member. I've had other art streams where people have been picky. If it's a commission, I think you do make a good point. If it's a commission, you do sort of get, like, this pang of, like, if people are pointing this out, then you're not doing a good job for the client. Whereas if someone's like, you drew Prism wrong, then it's like, oh, okay, stupid me. I think that actually is a really good point. If it's a commission piece and people are pointing things out, then it does create a higher level of discomfort. And that's not anybody's fault. That's just, like, the nature of the beast, right? Let me see if I can get all the feathers in here in one go. I'm pretty sure all the feathers are the same looking, from what I can tell. I don't think you came from anywhere, you just spawned in someday, what? So I haven't said anything? Plus I don't think anything needs to be fixed anyway. THLPH, if anyone in stream has anything to say about this piece, you should be the most open to be able to say anything on your mind. If there's, like, anything that feels off, of all people watching the stream right now, you should be the one that can feel comfortable saying something. I won't get upset in the slightest if a commissioner doesn't like how an area is looking. I mean, if you're good with it so far, then that's great, but I'm just saying, if you're the commissioner, You absolutely have priority privilege to say things, and I won't get mad or irritated in the slightest. Alright, let me just... I'm not leaving this color. I just need to be able to see the break difference here. Not leaving it this color, don't worry. It's gonna be kind of aggressively orange for a second, so I can see what I'm doing. Alright. Again, it's like we're doing with the red cup, it's just so we can see what we're doing. See if there's any extra color that's being thrown on here. Okay. I'm actually just gonna color pick it, I think that'll just be easier. There we go. What's this piece? Is that the tile? That's the tile, isn't it? No, it's not the tile. What is... Oh! It's this piece. There we go. I think the main way to avoid scaring people off is to balance the carrot with a stick, being more negative about bad criticism and being more positive about good criticism in equal measure. What? Yeah, sorry, I can't follow that. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of shading here on the hand. People are saying that'll make the hand look a little bit better. When you first started playing Arknights, did you expect the whole thing to blow up, or did you think it was going to be a passing interest? I thought I was going to try it for 1 or 2 streams. I mean, I've been open about this, right? Because I was doing a master's study. Because I was like, wow, I really like the artwork. And then people are like, you need to play it then. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I'll think about it, it might be fun. And then they're like, no, really, you have to play, you have to try it. And then I was like, okay, and they're like, no, it has really great story, and I'd have to go back in the streams and see what people said. But you should definitely try it out. And then I was like, well, you know, this master study stream actually went really well, so maybe I should consider trying it. And then, like, the first stream went crazy, and then people were like, yeah, okay, we've got you now. You're stuck. We're keeping you here. And I think Supa actually said that stream. He's like, you're becoming an Arknights content creator, do not resist. Or something to that effect. Might seem like a good one-off stream idea, Q 4 months later. What? Did I have cheese? I did not have cheese, no. Also, someone submitted more cheese stuff on the throne. Why do you guys keep doing that? There's so much cheese on the throne. And then you started actually playing the game and got lost in it all. Yeah, then I actually started really, really enjoying it. But I remember it was funny because, I really went in completely blind. Like, I didn't do any research about it prior. So then when I realized the subject matter, after I'd already, like, started and scheduled everything, I'm like, oh, this is, like, the darkest type of game I think I've ever played. And then that's when I did the little BAKADOODLE comic of, Vesa Stargazer and Amiya, and, like, being like, oh yes, I'm excited to learn your story, and then not realizing what I was getting into. And that's how that whole part happened. Why was it me and not Prism? Because you'd be more likely to think that me finally getting into a violent game was funny. And Prism wasn't a pure creature of chaos at the time like she is now. I mean, true. Yeah, she wasn't super chaotic at the time. And then she kind of became more chaotic. That's fine. Okay. Prism always changes. Who's Prism? Everyone keeps mentioning her. Prism is, basically my little mascot as a VTuber. Prism is, a little carbuncle bunny type creature. Don't look up carbuncle, please. I swear, don't look up carbuncle. She's like a little bunny with a horn. And she kind of represents chat, but chat can also have their own versions, in a way. Why not look up carbuncle? Because it shares the name, and it unfortunately shares the same name as a medical term, which bothers me greatly, because it's a mythological creature, and it's also used a lot in, like, Final Fantasy, and it has the name because carbuncle essentially means, like a ruby or garnet, like a red rock, and it was meant to represent that this creature had a gemstone in its forehead. So think like Espeon, the Pokemon. Espeon is a carbuncle. There's carbuncle in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's carbuncles in Final Fantasy. But then because of the red spot, it was also used for a medical term. So, unfortunately. So that's the reason I say don't look it up. So, yeah, I mean, all of these companies use it in their creature design, but the medical community also uses it, so that's why. I mean, you can, you know, nothing's stopping you. I'm just saying if you don't want to look at anything that is, like, you know, a little bit visually unappealing. Shoot. Okay. It's gonna have to take a little bit of a different angle. If you draw a roll feed, we get a skateboard and Cropper into doing some sick tricks. Why did you look it up? Why'd you look it up? Every time, yeah, every time. I set instructions unclear. I told you not to! Reminder to self, listen to Star when she says to not look up something. Yeah! Exactly. Like, I can't stop you, but you also can't blame me if you end up looking it up. Like, it's up to you. I understand curiosity kills the cat, or the rabbit in this case. But you also can't blame me if you find it disturbing. Am I doing this all on the same line? I did not mean to do that. Oh, is this the... Yeah, that's the wrong line. I need to make sure it's on the right line. Well, good little stargazer knows how to follow instructions has made the mistake before. You should have given clearer instructions. Do not look up the term. Do you need it clearer than that? If you need it clearer than that, I'm not really sure if I can help you. Not looking up the term, looking up carbon should be fine then. Oh my gosh. It's sad because, like, it's not like anyone chooses for this to be a frustration that they have to deal with. It's like, it is a mythological creature. It is the name of a creature in mythology, named for the gemstone it has. Which makes it frustrating, because, like, what more can you do? It'd be like, you know, if the word hippogriff, for some reason, was also not good. I don't know. It's just like, you can't... you can't save everybody. You're not so good at sign language, please. You know VTubers can't do sign language. That's not fair. I'm sure that you're gonna show me that there's some VTuber out there who can use sign language, but hey. Fillion can? Yeah, fair enough. Fillion probably can. Have you read Amiya's files yet? No. I have avoided Amiya's files because, I read, like, the first line or two, got scared, closed out. So the answer to that is no. I have not. Felt that it was not something I should have easy access to. Do not want to know. I'm honestly kind of surprised that, like, you can access her files. I feel, well, I guess it's all based on trust, right? Or most of it is based on trust, but I still feel like a lot of it should be more closed off. So yeah. I saw it once very early, got scared, never looked at it again. And I'm keeping it that way for the time being. Noted, in that case, don't refer to Prism as a carbuncle. But she is, though! I don't know what else you want me to call her. And then if I call her a bunny, then everyone's gonna be like, well, then why does she blah 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 pick one? She is a you can't just say, like, oh, you're not allowed to tell her species name. Like, she is a carbuncle. That is pretty much what she is. Sorry, Amia, you're stuck in the forbidden section of Hogwarts for a while. Most are behind Trust 2, behind Promotion, one for Elite 2, one for Elite 2. I don't think Ami's files are super spoiler heavy, to be honest. It'd be really weird if the launch operator you start the game with spoiled 4+ chapters that don't exist yet. What do you mean 4+ chapters that don't exist yet? I don't know what you mean by that. Look, all I know is that there's parts that you can see right from the very beginning, before even E1 or E2, and it spooked me, and I decided not to delve in further. Read only chapters 1 to 4 on start release. I mean, existed before anything after chapter 4. It'd be weird if she'd spoil 5+ and they weren't even in the game. That's true. I don't know. It just didn't feel right, so I've just been avoiding it. Maybe it's wrong to do that, I don't know, but that's just sort of the way I've been going about it. It's a question of what is a spoiler and what is a teaser. Yeah, that's fair. That's probably what it is, but it still made me want to back out. Silence has a lot of really nice, whatchamacallit. She has a lot of really nice, what do I call it? The artist did a good job with the variations of color in the jacket and everything. Having like different blends of sort of a rainbowy effect going on. Dance's artist is also the artist for Saria and Mumu. I think that's really cool. That is cool. Yeah, I like this extra color effect that they can do. I think it's really nice. Oh. Make sure that I can actually... There we go. Alright, what other pieces as this thing flips around backwards? Even gives the Rhine Girls consistency, much appreciated. Yeah. I'm also just a big fan of when artists do the multicolor thing. I think it's a very cool effect. I want to try doing it more. They use the Terminator, what's called the Terminator color, really effectively. That is when you have a more dark saturated color that is between the light and the dark and highlight. So, for example, you see how it's a little bit orange right here? That is the Terminator. It's between the light of this highlight and the dark of the base color. Same here. This is also your Terminator. They do a really good job with it. So I could probably do that a little bit here, maybe. A little bit where it's, like, bending slightly. Add a tiny bit of orange. It makes everything pop. It's a really good technique to use to make things pop. Alright, is that a gold? I think that's a gold. Okay. And then where's this silver thing? Okay. There's the one silver thing that we can see. The rest are all sort of covered up underneath. And then this is a green, but it's a different green. No, it's about the same green. Okay. It's about the same green here. Maybe it's a little bit yellower. It's a little hard to tell. Let's see what it looks like here. Yeah. And then there's probably also a silver there. See, once I've actually got the base form in, the coloring for me is not the hard part, because that's mainly just establishing base values, and I'm also the coloring is where I can get rough, and it still looks good. I can rough color things, and it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad still. Make sure that is locked. Anything that goes over, I can just quickly paint over again, and I'll use the darker part here as well. And then is green and brown. It's also silver with a zipper. Not really sure why there's a zipper there, but I'm not questioning it. I'm adding a little bit more shadow here and in the bottom. And I already painted over this silver thing by accident. There we go. Alright. Silver, and then this piece is, I think it's kind of brown with an orange stripe, maybe? Hard to tell. Why'd you panic yesterday when I mentioned the daily polls for the next banner? Yeah, Simon Zero's right. I was saying earlier that I kind of burnt out a little. I'll try doing it again. It would probably be good for me to try. Either for views or at least getting more practice, experience, you know, staying more on top of things. So I'll probably try doing them. But yeah, it does take a lot out of me just to, because the thing is, you can't batch them, right? You have to do it every single day. At least, not in the days I'm streaming, at least, but it's still, I don't know. I'm sure it doesn't bother other content creators who probably do a lot more. It's just not something that I had enough experience with, but I'll do it. I'll see how it goes. It'd be good to try practicing getting into the swing of things. I'll make this a little bit darker here. Is this black? No, it's still brown. It's just very dark. It's to the point where it's hard to tell the difference. Alright. Might have gone a little crazy on detail, but at least you can definitely tell who it is. Shoot, what was I? Oh. Trying to do the last lines here. Did I paint over these by accident? I might have. Whoops. Alright, then we get the light one. If you do a light and a dark next to each other, it automatically creates a sense of 3D, which is basically the exact same things I did on the linoleum tile. So, it's actually a very quick technique. But it helps a lot. Alright, and then, let's see, we've also got the legging, right? Yes, okay. Might be good for you? That way you can practice consistency. Yeah, that's true. Alright, we'll add a little bit of shading here. And then I'll have to also make sure that I don't forget Amiya's little side cameo there. Oh, I didn't realize there was a call-out design for the boot. That would have made my life a lot easier if I had seen that earlier. It's a good boot design. I like the design. You can tell it's Amiya. Yeah, it's a great Lapland. Thanks. There you go. I just want to clean it up a little bit. Not too crazy, just a little. And then, what are the boots? Okay, these are also silver on the bottom. Got it. Make that a little darker, just to show that it is in shadow. And then, I think, is that part done? Oh. Last tiny bit here is the sweater. Also has the same little details here. And then, alright, a little bit of shading. Probably here would be fine. Make that fairly rough, and I'll erase most of it. And just add it a little bit here, where it's needed. And remove it where it's not. And then cup needs to be colored real quickly. That's just gonna be probably like a basic white. And maybe a little bit beige. Something where you can actually see the detail a little bit. And then give it a same symbol here. Need a little bit more room. Grab that. Put it on the side there. There you go. Even tripping, she looks so cute. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I really like the idea of doing fan commissions on stream, especially considering that chat pretty much behaved and didn't distract you much. Yeah, that's true. I just, that's fair. The other thing is I just don't know if it's boring for you guys. I'm not sure if, like, I'd be fine doing more of these. I sometimes get a little self-conscious if people don't really find it as fun as other types of stuff. I don't know. Not at all? And this is not anything new either. I've always felt this way towards art streams, to be honest. Even though mainly what I did before Arknight stuff was pretty much only art streams, I mean, Vesa can attest, I have always been nervous about art streams. I've always felt that, that it wasn't as, I don't know, interactive. I like this type of stream more, the Irium kind. Funny enough, this wasn't the Irium kind at all because I couldn't show anything I was doing. Absolutely not boring though, material farming, okay, yeah, that's fine. That is all good. Alright, let me detail Amiya just a tad more here. It gives us the chance to casually chat, which I really like. That's good. Used to be into drawing, so I enjoy seeing someone good at it drawing. He's the guy, if you ever want to post your work on the Discord, you know, I'd love to see the work you do. I died saying that last sentence, but you know what I mean. It's nice to see you get work done for once. I kind of feel a bit bad about how often we do rarely Monday streams. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, if I really had to be getting work done, like, intensely, I wouldn't be... It's not like you guys are interrupting me when I'm trying to do homework, right? I mean, there's people who do homework streams, and I'll never understand that, because that's like, no, you really have to be paying attention. You can't get derailed doing your homework. But these kind, it's okay. She's afraid she's boring, but she isn't. I sometimes feel like I am. I don't know. I've always admired, Ina. Because she's able to stream, like, at HoloLive. Just doing chill art. And I'm just like, how are you able to do that? She is, though. Even if you know nothing about VTubers, you probably know who Ina is. You just don't know you know. Aha. But yeah, I admire, I admire that she's able to do that. She's able to do cozy work stuff in something like HoloLive, where just, that feels like the one place where you would not be able to do that kind of thing. I think the one thing, though, is that I don't normally do line art on stream. That's something I still can't get over. Because I get way too quiet when it comes to line art. You know, owls actually hear the prey first before locking in with sight. I have heard that, yeah, because they have very, very good, hearing. Yeah, people do homework stream. Yes. It's ridiculous in my opinion, but I've heard some bad things about Irium. Irium is going to have its drama because it's going to be a collective of people that all do something under the same umbrella name. And Irium is not an agency, so the people who run Irium don't have full control over what every talent is doing. It would be like saying, I've heard bad things about Twitch, because there are people on Twitch who are not good people. It should be on, you know, Twitch, Irium, etc. to do what they can to prevent those things from happening, or, like, you know, taking complaints seriously, and Irium actually does. But there's going to be bad apples on those platforms because they're not under an agency. They're not representing a company in the same way. They are still representing a company. Your name is still attached to Irium, but it's not as intense as, say, if you were at Hololive. As someone who's only good at lifting heavy things, I really enjoy watching you work. I feel like a chimpanzee watching magic tricks. Oh my gosh, Babylon. Well, you know what? I'm not good at lifting heavy things, so I can respect that. I can respect someone who is good at lifting heavy things. As someone who's, wait, sorry. I'm very easily amused. You gotta try to be boring with me. It feels like when you and I chat about art stuff, you recommend me niche works and stuff, it feels really cozy. I'm glad. I like Raura better, frankly. That's because she's Italian. Raura is very, very talented. She's also pretty well known in the streaming space. She does very good work. Yeah. I admire her work too. I think that Ina is, like, a lot more cozy branded, and that is always interesting to me, you know? Because it's like, I'm surprised that Ina can be cozy branded. I mean, I guess that Hololive is really good at, like, having different talents to fit every niche. I think they do a really good job with that. But it still somewhat surprises me. It comes with confidence, I think. That she can have the confidence to doing those kind of cozier streams. Because if you're at a place like Hololive, a lot of people around you, they're going to go very crazy trying to, I think they're all very good friends there, but I think that there is sort of some level of competition. I mean, every place has some level of competition, right? So, you compare someone like Gigi, who's doing really, really well right now, and she's kind of off the wall. You have to have a lot of confidence to do something that is very, very different from that. And, you know, being first gen probably helps a lot there, too. Did we leave at the right time? Irium? Yeah, we left at the right time. We definitely left at the right time, yes. I would say so. Small levels of competition can be healthy, as it seems to be done mostly in good faith. Yeah, I think that the Hololive girls can do it very healthily. At least from what we see, right? I feel like there are a lot of VTubers in Hololive now, almost too many, but they all have their charm. That's a thing, right? Like, they all fit some sort of specific niche still. I still really like, the niche trope, whatever you want to call it, that's like for Callie, Elizabeth, Nerissa, Crony. Sort of like older, more mature vibe. Those are the girls that I like. They're very inspiring, I think. Got off the boat before it started going down, yeah. Remember when Ina was playing Elden Ring, fighting a boss? She said, we're gonna be here for a while, and then proceeded to die 70 times. See, I would not be able to do that. I mean, to be fair, there's probably gonna be some point in AK where we're gonna be stuck that to some degree. I wouldn't be able to do that, though. I would be like, I'm not able to do this fast enough. Everyone's gonna, like, not want to... I don't know. I don't know. Was going on stream to reprimand Gigi and Susie for their shenanigans will never not be funny. Yeah. There will be. Lovely. Is this... Probably need to move this around a little. And then I do the same here. If it's flipped around, it's a little easier for me to understand it. To be fair, IS runs take at least an hour in general. Oh, lovely. Yeah, okay, that works. And then let me make sure I understand which... Okay, it'll be this leg. The first IS run was about 1.5 hours. Didn't even get to the final boss, but I was also reading a lot of item descriptions. Oh, that's fair. Alright. Alright, this foot is sort of leaning accidentally, so let's just add some structure there. Kind of tricky at this angle. And then let me grab this, so that we're not in the way so much, and... it's a little bit thinner. Yeah, this is definitely not an easy angle for shoes. Alright. That's good. And then we'll add this in really quickly. THLPH didn't even request this part, I just thought of it and thought it was fitting. I'm gonna use the same brown here. Show lo-fi prismatic kitsune drawing for you to study to when. I mean, we have talked about that. We were like, I could literally just do like AK music radio somehow. While getting work done, yeah. I'm totally biased to her rainbow hair highlights. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very biased. Alright, is this supposed to be darker? Maybe it should be. Yeah, maybe this should be make it a little darker. Fix the sound glitch. There we go. Prismatic Fox biased about rainbows. Noted. Yes, very much. You know what's sad about the rainbow thing, though? Because I was thinking about this earlier. I was like, you know, it makes me really unfriendly with merch. I was thinking about that, because it's just like, you know, it makes it really, it makes it so much more difficult than if you have, like, solid colors in your design, right? Makes you very unmerch friendly. See if I can move this over. Oop. Oh, there's 2 layers here. Forever Pride Month. No. No, I know a lot of people probably think that, but that's not the case for me. I mean, like, that's not what I am trying to symbolize with the colors. I've got my own life direction, but it's not related to my design. Make yourself a nondescript cube of a single color, perfect for merch. I see zero flaws with my plan. I mean, we almost had a Stargazer that was just a triangle, so you know what? Why not? Suppose it would depend on the materials used. Some take to colors easily, others don't. Got any more particulars than just the rainbow coloring? Well, the thing is, like, the rainbow coloring is such a distinguishing feature of, like, my main elements. Like, just a headshot, right? With my ears being, like, a full gradient. That is meant to be iconic from a distance. The thing is, it cuts me off from different types of particular merch, right? Like, for example, I could probably never have a rubber keychain made. Like, that's one thing I could think of. Ironically, enamel pins I could do because there's, like, a rainbow alloy that you can play with. But I could probably never have a, rubber keychain. That's probably, like, a very off-limit type of product. Don't do Stargazer like that, he's as real as I am. Alright, fair. The gays have stolen the rainbow. Sorry, not sorry. I've got, like, nothing against that at all. I just wish that it wasn't always associated with one singular thing, you know? Because, like... yeah. I wish we could share. Hey, the Vi flag, the colors are so not me. I think the colors are pretty. I can understand they might not be for everybody, but... the thing that I do to separate myself, is that, like, yes, I have a whole rainbow, but my color scheme being more prismatic means that everything is, like, a little bit lighter and a little bit, bluer. And most of the rainbow stuff that I see for Pride is, like, very intense Crayola. So I kind of visually separate myself that way. There's a noticeable difference now that you mention it. Yeah. Like, again, I've got nothing against it. But I want to try to separate myself from it a little bit. So I go for more colors that are like, they're more like a calm, muted rainbow, which is very hard to do, frankly. It's very hard to pull off a muted rainbow. When I was actually refining this look, I went through so many variations of how you can depict a rainbow. And it's kind of funny, right? Because you know how there's always people with designs who are saying, like, oh, you can't copyright a color scheme. I'm at the point now where I'm like, you have no idea what I've gone through to try to get this exact color scheme. Yes, I'm going to mentally copyright this color scheme. Because, like, it's not just a basic thing, right? It took, like, a lot of variation and trial and error, and I don't want someone to just come and take it and say, like, oh, you can't copyright that, we own that, I can, you know, use whatever. And it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna stop anyone from using a rainbow, but I will feel weird if someone tries to do, like, a one-to-one. Because this was a not easy, very specific thing to get. Like, it would be very obvious if I saw someone else trying to do this. Because that's the other thing. It's also not just a reduced rainbow, it is specifically with, like, an overlay, and it's specifically, like, the Aurora Borealis aesthetic on the coat. Thank you. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Aurora Borealis, the direction of it, all of it, is, like, it's really, really specific. Because if you just do, like, a basic, like, if you just do, where is it? If you just do like that, it's not gonna be the same, right? So, yeah, lots of trial and error. Someone with the daunting task of transferring Star's palette into an overlay, I can confirm hard. Yeah. I get very defensive about design stuff like that. I always see so many people and they're always like, you can't copyright any of this stuff, and I'm like, I'm gonna. Dumb random question? Please help me settle something real quick. Are you skipping Babel, or have you been farming early stages? I've skipped it entirely. Yeah, I've skipped it. Seeing it next to you, it's really different. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. If you want to, the best way that I could explain it, like, to get my rainbow color is to do, you would start with a basic rainbow, that's fine. And then you would, duplicate it again, lock it, add a, probably like a very, very bright neon blue, set that to overlay, duplicate it again, set it to add glow. That's a little bit closer, and then you still have to mess with it to not lose all of the orange and everything. That's a little bit closer to it. And then that's still probably not enough. So you would probably make another layer on top of that, and you'd probably set it to white, and then reduce that a little bit. And then sort of play with the variations here. So you see, it's very different from just your typical... Yeah. Very, very different effect. Very different look. Jeez, it's a lot of duplication? Yeah. It creates a very different look, though. Silence spilled her cup of rainbows. Color itself can be copyrighted, technically, if the color is very close to your brand, like with Milka Chocolate. Yeah, like, Victoria's Secret, not Victoria's Secret, Tiffany Blue. Tiffany Blue, Barbie Pink, yeah. But those are all singular colors, you can't copyright a whole color scheme. People get very angry if you even attempt to try to say something close to that. Alright. Last step here is, go to Filter, Render Perlin Noise. Scale it real far down. Add a little bit more amplitude. There we go. Set that to an overlay. About... There's good, yeah. Just adds a little bit more texture. Makes it a little bit nicer looking. Silence is not one to just randomly trip. Wait, what's this? A very specific gradient at the scene of the crime. Aww. Alright, I think this is pretty much set. This definitely went beyond BAKADOODLE, but THLPH specifically commissioned Skeb style, not BAKADOODLE. So this is not BAKADOODLE, this is Skeb style. Which means I spend a bit more time on it and care a little bit more about the detail. Thought you zoomed in on a pixel's pixel or something for a second? No. No, it's just a trick to make things a little bit more, artsy looking. You're basically just adding a little bit of extra texture so things don't look so digital and flat. People do it all the time. Yeah, adding noise. Very easy. Very easy layer to do. Alright. Let's see here. I'm gonna put that about yay there and reduce that. And of course I'll give you one without the watermark. You'll do it all the time, so you also know the hole in a popcorn bag is to let out all the uncooked kernels. Is it really? Is that like is that a real thing, or is that just what people say? Came home with the finish, nice job. Thank you, Armatox, I appreciate it. Much easier than screaming at your screen to add noise manually. Goodness. Let's see, I might do real quick. I might want to warm it up a tiny bit. Let's see. If I do that, overlay. Yeah, warm it up a little bit. That'll be good. You can, like, towards the end, you can just sort of, like, start adding filters and stuff and trying to make it pop and trying to make it look better and everything. But yeah, I think that works. Popcorn bag doesn't come with holes? No, it's like, I forget what they say. They say it's like a little area where it's like small enough to let out. I forget how it works. Yeah, it's like if you keep it closed enough and just open it a tiny bit, that you can get the kernels out, and then you open it fully to get the rest of the popcorn. I don't really do it. I don't really know if it works, frankly. Because I feel like all the kernels are always on the other side, so it doesn't really work out? I don't know. Now I know you can do Splatoon commissions. Whenever I commission you, I want my commission to be done on stream too. Okay, if you're alright with all of the, sidetracking and everything. If you're okay with that, then I'm alright with that too. You eat the kernels? Oh my gosh. There's no such thing, you're mad and or in a parallel universe. I feel like Raoul's gonna be very on topic for that one particular stream. Very possible, yes, very possible. 100% fine with it? Alright. If you guys are okay with me doing work like this on stream, again, I don't think I'm gonna be doing, like, detailed commission work, because detailed commission work I need to lock in. Like, fully lock in. But BAKADOODLE work, Skeb-style work, ideation, sketches, if you guys are alright with that, then, yeah. I'll try to get myself to be comfortable enough to keep doing it. Vessa knows I've always had trouble with this stuff. We're too distracting for detail. It's okay. It's a-okay. A lot of it also is that when I'm doing, like, big commission work, I usually have at least, like, 50 references that I'm constantly staring back and forth at. Maybe this claim does have a kernel of truth. There you go. I was making a mood board for my Stargazer, but that was 2 months ago. I never continued. It's not too late. There is no time limit. Plus, sometimes there's NDAs. True. Actually, the majority of commissions that I've been doing lately have been, like, heavy NDA work that I've not been able to show. Oh! But you know what I can show? I did, I'm not ready to, like, fully post it and finish it off yet, but I still thought you guys would appreciate this. Because I was just trying to get a little bit of personal work done, right? Just a tiny bit. And I did this yesterday, and I'm not ready to throw it up for use yet, but I thought that you would find it amusing. Almost ready. Almost ready to go. Almost ready to go. Galaxy bomb, exactly. Exactly. I figured that you would be amused by that. So, it's not ready to be put on Discord yet, but it is ready to be put onto Discord soon. There's 100% a Timmy Turner voiced Prism moment. Is there a nervous sweating? Probably somewhere in here. Think that's something you'd be willing to give us, Star? I don't think I get control over it anymore. Oh yeah, there you go. Perfect. Very fitting. Just put those side by side. Can't believe Star is doing art for the art for Stacia Alter. I might ask you some questions regarding Skeb-style commissions later. Yeah, feel free to ask away. I'm fine answering any commission questions that you guys have. If you want to get any clarification on things. Like I said, this is, oh, not this one. Well, I guess, yeah, thumbnail too. I wrote that this was a BAKADOODLE. I don't think this is a BAKADOODLE. I think this is more like comic style, Skeb style. Prism, what do you have? A bomb! Yeah, basically. It'll be posted at some point soon-ish. I want to make sure that I can at least get a few emotes that are around the same style so that I can be consistent with it. But yeah, it's like 90% done. What's the term Skeb from again? The term Skeb is from a website called Skeb. And what Skeb is a Japanese website where artists don't let you see work in progress. It's basically like gacha with art. You pay them money, and you hope that they do what you're asking for. So if they get your design wrong, you can't say, hey, can you change this after? You get no work in progress and no redo. Exactly, it's one and done. So Skeb style for this means, like, I'm going to do it all in one go, and you don't get to ask for changes later. The benefit is that if I'm doing it on stream and you are in the stream, then you can kind of ask for changes. But it's a way to get art cheaper. Because a lot of people will charge less if they don't have to do all the back and forth, because the back and forth is literally time on the clock, right? So if they don't have to, worry about specifics, then they can sometimes charge less. The human mind is truly lost to the Canva. So this is supposed to be Skeb style in the sense of, like, I'm done with it, and THLPH can't say, like, oh, can you move this, change that, do whatever. But if they're in the stream, then I'm fine making changes. I'm not as strict about it. It's just that the idea of doing art that is, you just get it done and then you send it out, it became a very appealing concept to artists in the West. Especially those who are more, introvert. They don't really want to talk to clients, they just sort of want to do the work and get paid for the work. So a lot of Western artists adopted the term skeb style, but the term comes from a single Japanese website. I also have now seen people use the term omakase, and omakase is basically chef's choice. So it is the way of saying skeb style without utilizing the word of a single website. So you might see people that say omakase style, and that means chef's choice. I'm going to do what I think is right, and you don't get to decide, but you trust me, and I will send you the work when it is complete. I do not send you work in progress. You do not get to make changes. You get what you get and you don't get upset. Essentially. They get paid and then they just go and finish the work. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of artists who are very, very introvert and they don't want to talk to their clients. They don't really want to do the back and forth. So that's a option for that. I do it because it is a way that I can make listings that are on the more affordable side. I definitely... I definitely need to switch some of my mindset around, though. That was the 400 buckaroo sushi I got. Yeah, exactly. Omakase style. Just trust the chef, right? But yeah. So there's like all different levels of stuff that you can do. Omakase / skeb is basically draw whatever in one go. No comments, no complaints, no money back. Exactly. That is exactly what it is like. Which is why some people call it gacha art. Because it's like, you don't get to choose. You don't get to choose the quality. It's more like if you want a 6-star, you will pay a little bit more. But sometimes you get lucky and you'll pay for like a 3-star amount, but you'll get the work of a 6-star amount. Stuff like that. And then sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes people pay like a 6-star level and they get like a 3-star result. You hope that there's enough examples where you can make an informed decision, but it's all very up in the air. It's all very, very up in the air. I wanted to do it because I wanted to see if I was able to still do commissions on stream, which I haven't done in a long time. I used to do full commissions on stream, like full, intense, big amount of money commissions on stream, and I could not... I could not handle doing it. At least when I did those, sometimes there were people in the stream watching who were part of the piece, though. Got a 7-star today. It sounds nightmarish. I just need to, like... Wait, which part? The not knowing what you're gonna get? Yeah. I mean, you have to really... It's good if you can see sort of a consistency with the person's work, but I've seen, like, on Skeb, if you want to get, like, the best prices, there are a lot of times where people just don't see that the artist has any example, and the artist might be charging, like, $5, and you haven't seen any of their work, and you just see what happens, and you might get a napkin sketch. Or you might get something where they make it better to make their portfolio good. It's just, like, it sounds very stressful, yeah. The big money work on stream is very stressful, indeed, yeah. You can actually, if you go into the video sections of my main channel, if you go into the video section, not the live stream, but the videos, some of them were made into speed paints. Any of the ones that were from Sea Hero fall into that category. And some of those were done on live stream. I usually had to finish it off stream because I would get really into the detail, but yeah. Oh, shoot! I forgot one detail! I forgot one detail! I'm, like, about to wrap up here, and I realized I forgot one tiny detail. And see, if this had been, like, full Skeb style, someone would have just, like, sent it off and been like, okay, too bad, here you go. But I don't do that. I fix my one tiny detail, if I see it. Is literally all it is. Is literally all it was. I refuse to be off. There we go. It's literally all it was. It was bothering me. Add the icing to the chocolate bar. There you go. Now it's accurate. Now it's accurate. That was bothering me. I just realized and I was like, oh no. Chocolate salmon? Oh dear. Want to eat the chocolate bar now? You guys think everything is food. You guys think everything is food. Why? It's not chocolate, guys. It's fabric. You can't eat the fabric. We're hungry? Chat's just KOA. Candy necklace taught us so. It shouldn't have even done that in the first place, though. That's what happens when you love sweets. I mean, I love sweets too, but I also don't look at everything like it's food. Look, it has a nice texture. Chat reflects the streamer. But I don't go looking at everything like it's edible. Doing Uma? Might commission you, so you have to draw Uma. We get Skibbity Riz, so you have to draw it. Hungry, that's why I need a cooking stream. I can't do a cooking stream. Someday I do want to do some sort of 3D stream, though. Someday. Not anytime soon, but someday in the future, it'd be nice. And yet you're the one who made the candy necklace. But it's not candy! You guys just think it is! What do you mean, Star? You're cooking every stream? Okay. I appreciate it. That was... that was smooth. I appreciate that, MG. Bunny cookies? You don't look at everything as food that we know of? I don't. I look at food as food. Like berries. And bread. And things that I know are edible. Back on the subject that everything's edible. Bunny cookies. My gosh. I do want to do 3D stuff someday though, because I used to do a lot of 3D and I somewhat miss it. I just don't have the comfort level to do that yet. How do you think Galaxy Bomb would taste if it had a flavor? I don't know. Don't eat the bomb. Your ears look like popsicles? No, they don't. Alright, you guys are making me hungry now. Only Kaku can eat the bombs because she is Kirby. Spicy Pop Rocks. It probably tastes like Galaxy. Oh no, don't tell Kaku then. She would eat it then. Bomb is Pop Rocks. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'll finish that emote soon, and then you guys will have probably too much power, but oh well. Okay. I think I'm gonna wrap up here, because I think I actually do need to get something to eat. I should probably get food myself. Will you be making crepes? Don't tempt me. Alright, so tomorrow we are going to continue chapter 8. I'm going to see how far I can get. I'm going to attempt to try to do the challenge stages, this evening. I can't guarantee you if I'm gonna be able to do it, but if I can, we'll have a little bit of extra reading. If not, well, I'll keep trying for someday. I'll see how chapter 8 goes. I really don't know what I'm in for at this point. I feel like we're sort of getting to a very, what's the word? A very heightened intense point. So, we'll see how things go. But yeah, I would say to follow the Discord or subscribe on YouTube, but I think everyone already is. And I will see what happened to the links. That's the main thing. I'll see what happened to those stupid links, and why Stream Elements doesn't think that I'm alive right now. But regardless, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world or the many worlds beyond. And well, thank you so much, Stargazers, and all the best.